Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
Kenny Bevins coming up next. And he goes through the 602 on his 608. All right, once again, looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro double entries to lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales double entries, lanes 1 and 2. All right, here we go into Super Pro Motorcycles. Bike number 205. I think that's Scott DeLong. Scott DeLong over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Got a 567 dialed in. Right against Sam Parrish over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 548 is going to be his dial in. All right, got a clean start in both lanes, and Sam Parrish is going to get the win right here as he goes 554 on his 548 dial in, and Scott DeLong goes out with a 572 on his 567. Roy Hagedorn coming up next. 567 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll be going up against Brandon Rodriguez. Brandon with a 592 dial in. He's out of Bellevue. Once again, I'm looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro double entries, lanes 1 and 2. All right, attention to the pits. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Start making your way to the lanes, please. All right, Roy Hagedorn picks up the win right there over Brandon Rodriguez. He was only had 2 fouls separated the two at the starting line. Roy Hagedorn goes 568 on his 67. All right, Dwayne Leachman coming up next. 566 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. He's got a 551 dialed in. 11 fouls separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. The win light's coming off for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. as he goes through with a 553 on his 551 dial in. Jeremy Fireball Davis coming up next. He's out of Palm Coast. 555 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Larry Berger. 704 is going to be the dial in for the motorcycle out of Jacksonville. And red light start by Larry Berger is going to give Jeremy Davis the automatic win. And Jeremy goes through with a 556 on his 555. That'll bring up Sandy Rodriguez Jr. He's got a 554 dialed in. He's out of Bellevue.
Rodriguez runs a 556 on his 554 dial. I'm going to let you know how the bye runs are determined. Bye runs are determined on Sunday by the winners on Saturday night. So all those winners get their bye runs, first round eliminations. If that person is not here, then the bye run goes to the person that was the runner up. That's how everything is determined.
All right, here we go. Round one of Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. And we're going to get this thing started with dragster number 2150. They'll run over here. 529 is going to be the dial in. And Ron Schaefer will be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 770 is his dial in on the Mustang.
Okay, well, these are two staging up. Just want to let you know the lower thirds are going to disappear. Your next class is coming up is Junior Street, Pro Motorcycle, Allen Speed Shop, Sportsman, and FB Trailers Junior Dragster class. I will not be able to put up lower thirds as I will be racing.
All right, 15,000 separates two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Dragster picking up the win line, 547 on a 529. As Schaefer breaks out by 7,000. Flying Brian Jones coming up here on the Luke Soil side of the track. 448 is going to be his dial in. He'll be running up against Randy Banger over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 495 is his dial in. You got 22,000 difference at the starting line, and at the stripe, it's going to be Randy Banger picking up the win line here as he is 496 on a 495. Brian Jones goes dead on two, but he was behind on the Christmas tree by that 22,000. All right, Amanda Tolliver coming up next out of Climax, Georgia. 644 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. And Trent Horton, he'll be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 491 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Callahan, Florida. And red light start there for Trent Horton. He's going to give the automatic win here to Tolliver. And she goes through at a 651 on her 644 dial in. Trent broke out as well as he went 490 on his 491 dial in. Dan Dobson coming up next. 651 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Monza out of Gainesville. He'll run up against Gary Vasquez over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 473 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Alachua. All right, got 9,000 separate the two at the starting line, and here we go to the stripe. This is going to be Dan Dobson getting the win line here as he goes 653 on his 651 dial in as Vasquez breaks out by 4,000ths of a second. Alan Roush coming up next. 637 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck, and he's going to run up against Glenn Newmans. Glenn's over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 556 dial in on that Chevy Monza. And red light start there for Alan Roush. He's going to give Glenn Newman's automatic win. And Glenn goes through with a 559 on his 556. He was 003 on the tree, so good run there for Glenn Newman's. Alan Roush was dead on 4, but he just pulled the trigger at 002 too quick. John Dwayne coming up next. 601 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Jacksonville. He'll run up against Mike Mitt-Risen. 662 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy 2 Nova. Red light start for John Dwayne. He's going to give the automatic win here to Mike Mitt-Risen. And Mike goes through with a 665 on his 662. Good run there for Mike. That'll bring up Maverick Palmatier. 456 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of DeLand. And he'll run up against David Hicks out of St. Augustine. 487 is going to be his dial in. All right, they're dead even at the starting line. 017 in both lanes. Palmatier is going to get the win light as he goes 458 on that 456. Hicks goes out with a 490 on his 487. It's going to bring up Chad Kennedy next. 632 is going to be the dial in. He's going to run up against Dave Demarest. Demarest with a 473 dial in. All right, but Chad Kennedy goes James Bond, 007 red. Gives the win light to Dave Demarest. Dave goes 473.4 on his 473. Chad went 635 on his 632. Barry Rowell coming up next. 611 is going to be the dial in for the Mustang out of Nahunta, Georgia. And he'll go up against Malcolm Ricks out of Lakeland, Florida. 630 the dial in for the S10. And understand this truck is for sale. So if you're looking for a little S10 drag truck, here it is. Malcolm Ricks has got it for you, sitting over here in the Strange Engineering lane. Red light start there for Ricks is going to give Barry Rowell the automatic win. And Barry goes through the 613 on his 611. Malcolm went 636 on his 630. That'll bring up Mark Horton. 468 is going to be the dial in for Mark. He's out of Callahan, Florida, and he'll run up against Chuck Trotter. Chuck's out of McClenny, Florida. He's got a 469 dialed in. right, got a clean start in both lanes, and it's going to be Mark Horton picking up the win light here, 469 and his 468. As Chuck Trotter breaks out by 8 thousandths. AJ Kelly coming up next, 497 is going to be the dial in for the drag strut of Jacksonville. And he'll run up against Joe Pigston out of Williston, Florida, 693, the dial in for the Chevy Malibu. Okay, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe, and on a double breakout, Joe Pigston's going to get the win light here as Joe breaks out by 3 thou. AJ breaks out by 100th of a second. Chris Duffett coming up next. 609 is going to be the dial in for the Vega out of Wesley Chapel. And he'll run up against the Chevy Camaro over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 663 is the dial in. I think that's Mickey Pierce at the wheel of the Camaro. Red light start for Duffett's going to give Pierce the automatic win. And he goes 660 on that 663. Michael Hart coming up next. It's out of Palm Harbor, Florida. 614 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. He'll run up against Aaron Reynolds out of Melbourne, Florida. 606 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. Okay, looks like we got 49 thou difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Aaron Reynolds getting the win light here, 611 on his 606 dial in, as Michael Hart goes out with a 620 on his 614 dial. Sherby Powell coming up next, 665 is the dial in. He's out of Green Cove Springs, coming up against Mark Daniels over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 495 is going to be his dial in. All right, 12 thou separates the two at the starting line. And Sherby Powell is going to get the win light here as he goes 665 with an 8 on his 665 dial in. He was 002 on the tree. Put a 10 thou pack together. Mark Daniels goes 497 on his 495. Billy Dunn coming up next. 468 dialed in. He's out of Leesburg, Florida. And April Prince out of High Springs, Florida, 624 is going to be her dial in. All right, 7 thou separates the two at the starting line, and at the stripe, it's going to be Billy Dunn picking up the win line here, 470 on a 468 dial in. As April Prince bows out with a 634 on here, 624 dial in. Danielle Bachny coming up next. 481 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oils lane, and she'll run up against Michelle Linsby out of Panama City Beach. 451 is going to be the dial in. right, looks like that 14th out difference at the starting line at the stripe. The win line's coming off from Danielle Mockney as she goes through with a 483 on her 481 dial in. As Michelle goes out with a 454 on her 451. That'll bring up Ernie Griggs next. 745 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Ocala. And he'll run up against Kelly Hicks. Hicks over here in the Strange Engineering lane's got a 456 dialed in. And he is out of Elkton. All right, 46,000 difference at the starting line, and at the stripe, it's going to be Ernie Griggs getting the win line here as he goes 750 on a 45 dial in. Kelly Hicks breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. It's going to bring up Jim Barbera next. 685 is going to be the dial in on the Chevy 2 out of Trenton, Florida. He'll run up against Steve Shoemaker out of Jacksonville. 747 is going to be his dial in. All right, Pro Motorcycles. Pro Motorcycles, need you to lane 7, please. Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Junior Street, the lanes 1 and 2, please. Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Junior Street, need you to lanes 1 and 2. Need Allen, Speed Machine, Sportsman, to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, let's make your way into lanes 5 and 6, please. All right, Troy Volker coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 692 is going to be the dial in. He'll be running up against Grayson Wright. Grayson with a 495 dial in. He'll be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, red light start by Troy Volker is going to give Grayson Wright the automatic win. And Grayson goes through the 497 on his 495 dial in. Troy went 697 on his 692. All right, Michael Valley coming up next out of Port St. Lucie. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 468 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Paul Allen over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 696 is going to be the dial in for the 72 Maverick. It's out of Middleburg. All right, looks looks like you got 26 thou difference at the starting line, and at the stripe, the wind line's coming off of Paul Allen as he goes through with a 696 on a 696 dial in. He's 035 on the tree. Valley was a little better on the Christmas tree, just could not run the number on the top end. Randy Holbrook coming up next. 649 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck out of Palmetto. And Jason Graham will be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 571 dialed in. All right, once again, looking for Fly Brian Trailer Sales, Junior Street lanes 1 and 2. Junior Street lanes 1 and 2. Allen Speed Machine Sportsman. Let's get to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, please. All right, 1 thou separates the two at the starting line and at the stripe. Jason Graham's going to get the win line here. He goes 573 on his 571 as Holbrook slows to a 658 on his 649. I'll bring up Brandon Williams next. 713 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. And he'll run up against Scott Browning out of Wesley Chapel. 502 is his dial in. Okay, so we got a clean green light start, 22 thou difference at the starting line at the stripe. It's Scott Browning getting the win light as he goes dead on 7 with an 021 reaction time. And Brandon Williams goes out. He was dead on 7 as well, but he was behind on the Christmas tree with that 22 thou. Lou Galley coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 556 dialed in. And he'll run up against Allison Holdaway. Allie will be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. She's got a 523 dialed in. Red light start there by Lou Galley is going to give the automatic win here to Allie. And Allison goes through with a 521 on her 523 dial in. And Lou goes 569 on his 556. It's going to bring up Ken Grant. 565 is going to be the dial in for the Nova out of Ty, Georgia. Going up against Sam Parrish over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 554 is going to be the dial in for Sam. All right, we got a clean start in both lanes. Looks like we got 23 thou difference at the starting line. And the wind light's going to come on down there for Ken Grant. All right, Mike Bennett coming up next. 660 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck out of Green Cove Springs. And he'll run up against Randy Banger out of Bradenton, Florida. 694 is going to be the dial in. Eighth thou separating the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Randy Banger picking up the win line here as he goes 495 on his 494 dial in. 662 is the time there for Mike Bennett. That'll bring up Keith Collins. 565 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. He's out of Keystone Heights. And he'll run up against Ron Schaefer out of St. Augustine. 770 is going to be his dial in. Okay, the win line come on for Ron Schaefer as he goes 774 on his 770 dial in. He was 007 green, and Keith Collins was Goes 572 on his 65 dial in. All right, that's going to bring up Stephen Young. Next, over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and the Plymouth Barracuda out of St. Augustine. 719 is going to be the dial in. He'll run up against James Hicks Jr. 472 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Elkton. All right, got 5/500ths of a second difference between the two at the starting line. At the stripe, it's going to be Hicks picking up the win line here as he goes 474 on his 472. As Young goes out with 723 on his 719. Nate Hamilton coming up next. 560 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Fitzgerald, Georgia. And he'll run up against Thomas Tolliver out of Climax, Georgia. 639 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. All right, you got 2,500 of us, 25,000 difference at the starting line. The win line's coming off for Thomas Tolliver as he goes 641 on that 639 dial in. And Nate Hamilton breaks out with a 559 on his 561 dial. Dan Dobson coming up next. 651 is going to be the dial in for the Monza. And he'll run up against Roy Hagedorn. He'll be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 633 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. All right, 31,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. The win line's coming on for Dan Dobson. 651 with a 2 on a 51 dial in. He was 005 on the tree. He put a 7,000 pack together. Hagedorn runs dead on 1, but he's 036 on the tree. So he loses about 31 thousandths of a second. All right, Rafael Menendez coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Orlando. And he'll run up against Alan Roush. Have you seen? All right, here comes Flying Brian Jones. 448 is going to be the dial in. He'll be going up against Wyatt Palmatier. He's got a 458 dialed in. Red light comes off for Flying Brian Jones. He goes 450 on a 448 as Palmatier goes out with a 459 on his 458 dial in. All right, here we go into Junior Street. And we're going to have Tanner Mockney coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1032 is going to be his dial in. Going against Chelsea DeWayne. She's got a 936 dial in. She's out of Jacksonville. All right, so we've got 12 thou separates the two at the starting line. And Chelsea DeWayne's going to pick up the win light there. She goes 946 on her 936. As Tanner Mockney goes 1041 on his 1032 dial in. It's going to bring up Briella Browning next. 1115 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Flex out of Wesley Chapel. And she'll run up against Molly Banger. 974 is going to be the dial in for the Ford pickup. She's out of Palmetto, Florida. Okay, win light's going to come on down there for Molly Banger. She goes 991 on her 974 dial in as Briella breaks out with a 1111 or 1115. And your buy run coming up here for Caden Holdaway. He's got 1106 dialed in on the dually. All right, Caden goes through 1104 on his 1106 dial in. All right, attention in the pitch, attention in the pitch. Junior dragsters, y'all need to stop at the back of the staging lanes to do a chip draw. Junior dragsters, stop at the back of the lanes for a chip draw. I will need my junior dragsters 6 to 9 year olds in lane 8. 10 to 12 will be in lane 2, 13 and older in lane 1. Junior dragsters meet at the back of the lanes, do a chip draw. You'll do a chip draw after you come off the raceway for round 2. So junior dragsters, start making your way into the staging lanes at this time. 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2, 13 and older lane 1. Wait at the back of the lanes to do a chip draw for your positions. All right, here we go into the pro bikes. Brandon Rodriguez over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 951's the dial in, going against Tom Moats. And Moats is going to pick up the win light there as he goes 11.05 on his 11 flat dial in. Reginald Harper coming up next. He's out of Palm Coast, Florida. 872 is going to be the dial in. He'll run up against Larry Berger. 1340 is going to be the dial in for the Harley Davidson out of Jacksonville. Once again, junior dragsters, start making your way to the staging lanes. Go to the back of the lanes for your chip draw. Junior dragsters, back of the lanes for chip draws. All right, Larry Berger picks up the win light here as he goes 13.56 on his 13.40 dial in as Harper slows to an 8.91 on his 8.72 dial in. Anthony Vieira coming up next. 8.52 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Palm Coast, Florida. He'll run up against Roy Johnson. 11 flat is going to be the dial in for the bike out of Keystone Heights. And here we go, the stripe. Your win light's going to come on over there in the Lucas Oil lane for Anthony as he goes 8.69 on his 8.52. Roy Johnson goes out with 11.36 on 11 flat dial in. Jordan Volker coming up next. 9.22 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Scott DeLong. Okay, you got a clean green light starting both lanes. It's like about 56 thou difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Jordan Volker picking up the win light there as he goes 9.30 on a 9.22 dial in. And Scott DeLong goes 9.52 on his 9.14. Dwayne Leachman coming up next. 8.36 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's going to run up against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. 8.69 is going to be his dial in. He'll run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. Okay, we got red light starts in both lanes, and Dwayne Schmidt Jr. is going to get the win light here as he had the better of the two red light starts. And he goes 8.71 on an 8.69, and Leachman goes out 8.40 on his 8.36. All right, so here we go as we're getting ready to go over to Sportsman. right, here we go into sportsman round one. We got Jeff Barrier coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1192 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Charger. He'll go up against Dan Salyers over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 1218 is going to be the dial in for the Monte Carlo. And red light start there for Barrier is going to give Salyers the automatic win light. Salyers goes through with a 1224 on that 1218. And Barrier goes 1194 on his 1192. All right, Bart Pangolian over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 1263 dialed in, going against Chris Courtney. He had 1150 dialed in on the Trans Am. Here we go to the stripe. Your win light's going to come on down there for Bart. He goes at 1271 on that 1263 dial in. Chris goes 1158 on his 1150. Chad King coming up next. 12 flat the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird out of Gainesville. He'll go up against Jacob Richards. He's over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 1210 dialed in on the Ford Mustang. It's 35 thousandths of a second difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Chad King picking up the win light here as he goes through with a 1204 on that 12 lap dial in. As Richards breaks out with a 1208 on his 1210. Dennis Harsh coming up next. 1227 is going to be the dial in for the Infinity. He's out of Gainesville. He'll run up against Kevin Roberts. Kevin's got an 1176 dialed in on his 69 Chevy Camaro. And we got a clean green light start. Looks like you got about a 62 thou difference at the starting line. And here we go to the stripe. Your win light's going to come off for Kevin Roberts. He goes 1182 on his 1176 dial in. Dennis runs dead on 6. Unfortunately, he's behind on the Christmas tree and can't get it a win light to come on. Mark Horton coming up next. 1190 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck out of Callahan. He'll run up against Mitchell Gunner out of Stark. 1357 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Charger. All right, 8 thou separates the two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Mark Horton picking up the win light here. 1204 on that 1190 dial in as Mitch goes out with a 1372 on his 1357. Jen Robart's coming up next. 1265 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup, going up against Brian Stovall. 1140 is going to be the dial in for the Buick Grand National. Okay, the win line's going to come off for Stovall as he goes 1163 on that 1140 dial in. Jen Robarts goes out with a 1296 on her 1265. Scott DeLeon coming up next. 1146 is the dial in for the Malibu. He's out of Bellevue going up against Nico over there in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got 11 flat dialed in on the Chevy Camaro. And the win light's going to come on down there for Scott DeLeon as he goes dead on 6 with a 14 reaction time. Nico went 11:07 on 11 flat. He was 1:16 on the tree. Michael Martin coming up next. 1280 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. He's going to run up against Blake Scott. Blake with an 1183 dial in on the Chevy Corvette. All right, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. Okay, the win light comes on for Blake Scott. He goes through with a 12:20. All right, got the competition bye coming up here for Jake Dickinson. He's got a 1670 dialed in. All right, here we go. We got Monica Roberts coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, driving the Chevy Camaro. And she'll be going up against Clint Wilson in the 56 Chevy. Monica with a 1257 dial in. Clint Wilson's got a 1270 dialed in. Okay. Monica has a pretty good reaction time going. Clint's way behind on the Christmas tree. Let's see if he's going to be able to do something with it on the top end. Monica's going to get the win light here. She goes 1269 on that 1257 dial in. Clint Wilson goes 1276 on his 1270. Monica was 032. And Clint's handwell started with a 2. Nikki Pierce coming up next. 11:30 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Going up against Chris Courtney over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 11:13 is the dial in for the Pontiac Trans Am. And Mickey Pierce picks up the win light there as he goes 11:32 on his 11:30 dial in as Chris Courtney breaks out by 4 thousandths. right, so getting ready to go over here to the junior dragsters, and we're going to start it off with the 6 to 9-year-olds. We're getting them all suited up and ready to go. All right, well, mom and dads, listen up. We say it many times every time we come out here that the kids aren't supposed to be driving golf carts, scooters, and stuff like that. We've got one out there terrorizing the pits on a red dirt bike. So if you've got a red dirt bike out there and you've got your kids out there riding around on it, we need to get a hold of them. Matter of fact, it looks like him coming up the station lanes there right now almost. But they're not supposed to be out there riding in the pits. And I know the drivers, we have to have y'all try and keep an eye on these young folks when they're out there. But ultimately, mom and dad, it's your responsibility to make sure that they are adhering to the rules and they are not riding that stuff out in the pits. So when something happens, don't get upset with the track, because we've given y'all ample warning every weekend that we come out here that they are not supposed to be operating that equipment, but yet y'all seem to ignore that every time I tell you that. So once again, we're going to tell you once again that mom and dad, kids aren't supposed to be riding the golf cart, scooters, skateboards, all that kind of stuff in the pit area. There are cars moving around, and we know that the attention span on these youngsters isn't that great. So you need to kind of keep an eye on them, and we rely on y'all to do your part in keeping an eye on your kids. So if you would please, make sure you keep an eye on them. Make sure that they aren't riding the scooters, the bikes, and all that stuff around in the pit area, and doing the right thing. right, here we go with the junior dragsters. This is the 6 to 9 year olds. We got Brinley Holdaway over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1193 is going to be her dial in. Going up against car number 1422. 1190 will be the dial in. All right, Winlight's going to come on over there in the Strange Engineering lane as he goes 1219 on that 1190 dial in. Brinley goes out with a 1205 on her 1195. All right, next pair coming up. We got Kalani Horst. 1590 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Running up against Hudson Matz. 12 flat is going to be his dial in. He's out of Gainesville. All right, listen up. Here's your buy runs for round number 2. And Pro Eliminator is going to be Amber Matz, car 2272. Junior Street, going to be car 2404. That's going to be Molly Banger. Super Pro, car number 2150. Super Pro Bikes, 225. Wayne Schmidt Jr. Pro Bikes, C202. That would be, I think that's who it is. And Sportsman, it's going to be car 277A. 277A, that'll be your buy run in Sportsman here for round number 2. That would be Brian Stovall. I think it's Chuck Willem in Pro Bikes. All right, Lee Melendez coming up next. 1230 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Caleb Hamilton. 1390 is the dial in. And a red light start there by Caleb is going to give Lee Melendez the automatic win. And Caleb goes through with a 1327 on that 1390 as Lee goes through with a 1241 on his 1230. And I believe this is car 202C. so here we go. This is one of the Collins kids. Stay breaking in another one. And he goes 1761 at 37. All right, so here we go to the 10 to 12-year-olds. And looks like we're going to have, it's going to be Ryder Horst over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 is going to be his dial in. He'll be running up against Johnny Moxley. Johnny's out of Keystone Heights. Ryder's out of Inverness, Florida. Okay, we got a clean green light starting at the stripe. It's going to be Johnny Moxley getting the win light here as he goes 897 on his 895 dial in. As Ryder Horse breaks out with an 889 on his 890. Blake Jones coming up next. 9 flat's going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll run up against Wright Cook. 891 is going to be his dial in. And he'll run over there in the Strange Engineering lane. Okay, red light start by Ryan Cook. It's going to give Blake Jones the automatic win. Blake goes 893 on his 9 flat dial in. As Ryan Cook went 893 on his 891. And it's going to bring up Scarlett Hicks next. 913 is going to be her dial in. She's over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of St. Augustine. And she'll run up against Peyton Duffett out of Weston Chapel, Florida. He has 890 dialed in. Hey, we get red light starts in both lanes. Better red light starts going to go to Peyton Duffett, so he'll pick up the win light here. And Scarlett goes through with a 921 on her 913. Peyton goes through with an 893 on his 890. And that's going to bring up car number 249J. 902 is going to be the dial-in. Going up against Wyatt Hicks. 902 will be his dial-in, so heads up run here. All right, so I believe that was Jeff Santiago over there in the Lucas Oil lane. Yeah. And a better reaction time goes over there to the Lucas Oil lane. And at the stripe, it's going to be the Lucas Oil lane picking up the win light. 907 on a 902 as Wyatt Hicks goes 910 on his 902 dial-in. Briella Browning coming up next. 898 is going to be her dial-in. She's out of Wesley Chapel, Florida. She'll run up against Xander Cook. He's out of 892 dialed in. He's out of Middleburg. And red light start there for Xander Cook. It's going to give Briella Browning the automatic win. All right, so it looks like that's probably it for the 10 to 11-year-olds. So we're just getting ready to step it up to the big kids. And Alyssa Fargo coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 802 is her dial-in, going up against Sierra Haight. Sierra with an 845 dial-in. And 1/1000th of a second separates the two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's Sierra getting the win line here. She goes 849 on her 845 as Fargo's car slows to an 806 on its 802 dial-in. Caden Holdaway coming up next. 795 is going to be the dial-in there in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll run up against Brooklyn Collins. 890 is her dial-in. She's out of Keystone Heights. All right, so we're going to be on hold here for just a couple minutes as we got a junior dragster that's stuck out there on the track. We're going to have to go out there and help them get off the raceway.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit. we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
All right, got a clean green light start. Looks like we got 19,000 difference at the starting line at the stripe. Brooklyn Collins is going to get the win light here. She goes 794 on her 790 dial in. As Holdaway goes out with 798 on his 795. Tanner Mockney coming up next. He's got a 791 dialed in, and he'll be running up against Aaron Kennedy. Aaron's got a 790 dialed in. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Jeans Glass, Pro Eliminator, double entry. Start making your way into the staging lanes. Jeans Glass, double entry. Start making your way into lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles. Start making your way into lane 7, please. And red light started by Aaron Kennedy. He's going to give Tanner Mockney the automatic win light. Tanner goes through with a 797 on his 791. As Aaron goes through with a 781 on his 790 dial in. Molly Banger coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 792 is going to be her dial in. And she'll run up against Claire Tolliver out of Climax, Georgia. 798 is going to be her dial in. Okay, win light's going to come on down there for Claire Tolliver. She goes 801 on that 798 dial in, as Molly Banger goes 797 on her 792. That brings up your final pair here in this first round, as we got Carson Murphy out of Palmetto, Florida. 790 is the dial in here in the Lucas Oil lane. And Hunter Dowling out of Gainesville. 810 is going to be his dial in. He'll run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. And the wind light's going to come on down there for Carson Murphy as he goes dead on two. Hunter breaks out with an 802 on his 810 dial in. And I'll bring up the last one here as we got Caitlin Fargo. 790 is going to be her dial in. She'll run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, and Fargo goes through with a 786 on her 790 dial in. All right, that wraps up round number one. So we get ready here for round number two. As once again, I'm looking for Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator double entries to staging lanes 1 and 2. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator double entries. Start making your way into lanes 1 and 2. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2 with overflow 3 and 4. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2, overflow 3 and 4. Super Pro Motorcycles back to lane 7. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7.
Looks like Kenny's going to do a little spray down the back, and then we'll go into our round 2 of Gene Glass Pro. Want to thank everyone joining on the Spot Motorsports Media today here at Gainesville Raceway for the Scorpion Racing ET Bracket Series, race number 10 on the season.
All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Somebody said they had lost a dial-in board earlier. Well, it has been found. So if you are missing your dial-in board and looking for it, it is down at time slips. Go down and see Jane. She'll have it for you down there. So if you are the one looking for the missing dial-in board, it is down at time slips. right, here we go. We got Amber Mats coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 672 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Gainesville. Rob Reynolds is going to run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 647 the dial in for the Malibu. Red light start there for Amber Mats is going to give Rob Reynolds the automatic win. He goes through the 639 on his 647. Amber went 671 on her 672. Jeremy Fireball Davis coming up next. 630. Let's try it again. 562. We'll get it out. Is the dial in for the motorcycle up Palm Coast. Going up against Dan Salyer. Salyer's got a 774 dialed in on his 71 Monte Carlo. He's out of Reddick, Florida. And 3,000 separates the two at the starting line. And Davis is going to get the win right here as he goes through at a 563 on his 562. And Salyer slows to a 783 on his 774. Noah Miller coming up next. 621 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. And he went up against Kenny Bevins out of Albany, Georgia. 607 the dial in for the Vega wagon. Okay, you got a clean green light start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Kenny Bevins picking up the win light here as he goes 622 on his 607. He was 004 on the tree. Noah Miller goes 626 on his 621, but he was way behind on the Christmas tree as his reaction time starts with a 1. Lee Zaremba coming up next. 640 is going to be the dial in for the 71 Dodge Dart. He's out of Inverness, Florida. And he'll end up against Richard Lindsay in the Ford Mustang out of Alachua. And Lindsay pulled the trigger too early on the Mustang. Gives the automatic win here to Lee Zaremba. Lee runs dead on with a 5. It's a good run there for Lee. Lindsay goes dead on with a 6. And both of them was dead on the dial-ins. All right. Bart Pangolian coming up next. 658 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He'll be going up against George Emanuel. George with a 769 dial in. He's out of High Springs, Florida. And we got 7,000 separate the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Bart picking up the win light here as he goes 660 on that 658 as George goes through with a 773 on his 769 dial in. John Dwayne coming up next. 601 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He'll run up against Mickey Pierce over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 714 is going to be his dial in. All right, looks like we got 32,000 difference at the starting line and at the stripe. John Dwayne's going to get the win light. He goes 603 on his 601 dial in, and Mickey Pierce goes 716 on the 714. Ken Grant coming up next. And it looks like he's going to probably be running up against Corky Alford. All right, so here we go. It's Ken Grant. He's got a 629 dialed in. Corky Alford had a 7 flat dials in. And at the stripe, it's going to be Corky Alford picking up the win light, 703 on that 7 flat dial in, as Ken Grant goes through the 631 on 629. All right, Michael Hart coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Ford Mustang. He'll be going up against Maverick Palmatier. He's got a 610 dialed in. Yeah. Red light started there for Hart. Going to give the automatic win here to Palmatier. And Palmatier goes through the 628 on that 610 dial in, as Hart goes 616 on his 612. Didn't do it then. All right, here goes Phil Green. Next, 608 is going to be the dial in for the 68 Camaro. He's going to be going up against Dan Warren over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 639 dialed in. All right, looks like we got 38.9 difference at the starting line. It's going to be Phil Green getting the win line here, 609 on his 608 dial in, as Dan Warren breaks out with a 637 on his 639. Mike Mockney coming in next. 612 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. He'll be going up against Brandon Williams out of Bradenton. 715 is the dial in for the Firebird. 21 thou separate the two at the starting line, and at the stripe, it's going to be Brandon Williams picking up the win light here as he goes dead on 3 with a 008 reaction time. He puts 11 thou pack together. Mockney was 029, didn't have a shot. James Evans coming up next. 698 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang out of Jacksonville. Going up against Leah Tadero. 755 is going to be the dial in for the 74 Chevy van. Red line start for Leah Tadero is going to give James Evans the automatic win. And James goes through with a 697 on his 698 dial in. All right, Scott DeLeon coming up next. 722 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Malibu. He'll go up against Michael Peak. 612 is the dial in for the Vega out of Quitman, Georgia. All right, looks like you got 71,000 difference at the starting line, and here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Michael Peak picking up the win light here. CO 616 on the 612 dial in. And Scott DeLeon bows out with 728 on his 722. Mike Gaffney coming up next. 699 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Wildwood, Florida. He'll run up against Lee Hauser. Hauser's got a 727 dial in on the Purple People Eater, the 71 Dart. Yeah. All right, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. And here we go to the stripe. It's Mike Gaffney getting the win light here as he goes dead on with a 3. As Hauser breaks out with a 720 on his 727. Michael Popwell coming up next. 780 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. Going up against Ernie Renfro. Ernie's got a 665 dialed in on his 70 Camaro. And red light start for Ernie Renfro is going to give Popwell the automatic win. Okay, Popwell went 790 on his 780 dial in. That brings up Paul Allen. 697 is going to be the dial in for the 72 Ford Maverick from Middleburg. He's going to run up against Clinton Wilson. He's out of Providence, Florida. 1215 is the dial in for the 56 Chevrolet. All right, so all right, Scott Young coming up next. 662 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He'll be going up against Aaron Reynolds. Aaron's got a 605 dialed in on the Chevy S10. Red light start there for Scott Young. It's going to give Aaron Reynolds the automatic win light. And Aaron goes dead on with a 3. He's going to bring up D. Lichty next. 665 is going to be the dial in for the 69 Camaro. He'll be running up against Curtis Peak over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 663 is going to be the dial in. Yeah, red light start there for Curtis Peak. He's going to give D. Lichty the automatic win light. And D goes through with a 667 on his 665. Greg Lubin coming up next. 653 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Nova. He's going to be going up against James Turner over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 704 is going to be the dial in for the Mercury Capri. All right, got a clean green light starting both lanes. Looks like 18 thou separating the two at the starting line. It's going to be James Turner getting the win light here. 707 on a 704 dial in. Randy Holbrook coming up next. 650 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. He's out of Palmetto, Florida. He'll go up against Keith Collins Sr. 735 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. He's out of Keystone Heights. Which one? All right, Randy Holbrook picks up the win light there as he goes 657 on a 650 dial in. Keith Collins broke out with a 732 on his 735. Kenny Bevins coming up next. 607 is going to be the dial in for the Vega Wagon. He's out of Albany, Georgia, going up against Brian Stovall. 661. is the dial in on the Chevy Camaro. Okay, Kenny Bevan's going to get the win light here as he goes 616 on that 607 dial ins. That'll bring up your next pair as you got Wyatt Palmatier coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 625 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. He's going to run up against Mike French. French going to run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 614 dialed in on that 65 Chevelle wagon. All right, attention into pits. Attention into pits. I need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro lanes 1 and 2 doubles. Lanes 1 and 2. All right, double entries. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, double entries. Start making your way into lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales, double entries. Make your lanes in, sales into lanes 1 and 2. All right, Amber Matt's coming up next. 642 is going to be her dial-in. She's going to be running up against Tony Gambardella. 647 is going to be his dial-in in the Malibu wagon. All right, looks like you got about 36 thou difference at the starting line. And at stripe, it's going to be Tony Gambardello picking up the win light here as he goes 648 on that 647 dial-in. Amber Matz goes dead on 3, but she was behind on the Christmas tree. All right, here we go to Super Pro Motorcycles. Roy Hagedorn's going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 567 is going to be the dial-in. He's out of Venice, Florida. He'll go up against Scott DeLong. 567 is going to be the dial-in for Scott. He's out of Citra, Florida. So a heads-up race here between Hagedorn and DeLong. All right, attention into pits, Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, double entries. You need to be making your way into lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales, double entries, lanes 1 and 2 for Super Pro. All right, red light's going to come on down there for Roy Hagedorn as he goes 572 on that 567 dial-in. Scott DeLong went 573 on his 567. Okay, got a clean green light start in both lanes. This is Dwayne Leachman over here on the Lucas Oil lane. He's going to pick up the wind lights. He goes dead on with a 0 and a 19 reaction time. Good run there for him. Brandon Rodriguez goes out with a 597 on his 594. Jeremy Davis coming up next. 556 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll be going against Sandy Rodriguez Jr. out of Bellevue. 556 is his dial in, so another heads up run here. All right, Larry Berger coming up next. 711 is going to be the dial in for the Harley Davidson out of Jacksonville. Going against Sam Parrish over there in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a no 60 reaction time to an 088 for Larry Berger. And Sam Parrish picks up the win light there as he goes 560 on the 554 dial in. Byron coming up here next for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. All right, station in the pits, Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Start making your way into lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Start making your way into staging lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to lanes 3 and 4. All right, Schmidt goes dead on 0 with an 025 reaction time, so good run there for Dwayne. Looks like that's going to wrap up that round of the Super Pro bikes. Getting ready to go here to Super Pro. Need Pro Motorcycles. Pro Motorcycles back to 7. All right, here goes Dan Dobson. He'll be running over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 651 is going to be his dial in, driving the Chevy Monza out of Gainesville. And Trent Horton is going to be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 495 dialed in. He's out of Callahan, Florida. All right, 4,000 separation here at the starting line. And on the stripe on a double breakout, Trent Horton's going to pick up the win line here as he goes through with a 494 before on his 495. And Dan Dobson went 648 on his 651. Next, we'll bring up Flying Brian Jones. He'll be running over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 448 dialed in. He's going to be running up against Alan Roush over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 638 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. starting line, and it's going to be Flying Brian Jones picking up the win light here as he goes 449 on his 448. As Alan Roush breaks out with a 635 on his 638 dial in. Troy Volker coming up next. 693 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Ocala. He's going to be running up against Randy Banger over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 494 is going to be his dial in. All right, we got identical reaction times in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Randy Banger picking up the win light. He goes 496 on his 494. Troy goes out with a 697 on his 692. Amanda Tolliver coming up next. 645 is the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Climax, Georgia. She'll be going up against Mike McRisen. He's got a 665 dial in. He's out of Brooksville, Florida. All right, red line start there for Mike McRisen. It's going to give Tolliver the automatic win. And Tolliver goes through the 649 on that 645 dial in. McRisen went 668 on his 665. He pulled the trigger 003 too early. Tolliver was 001. Goes Billy Dunn. 468 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Leesburg. And he'll end up against Ron Schaefer over there in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got his 770 dialed in. All right, Billy Dunn picks up the win light there as he goes 469 on his 468. All right, here goes Rafael Melendez. 530 is going to be the dial in for the dragster there out of Orlando. Going right up against Mark Horton over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 469 is going to be his dial in. All right, got a clean green light start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Mark Horton picking up the win light here on a double breakdown. He breaks out by 8 foul. Looks like Melendez broke out by a ton. Let's go bring up John Dwayne. 602 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Jacksonville. He'll go up against Allison Holdaway. She's got a 521 dialed in. She's out of Inverness, Florida. Okay, you got a clean green light start. Looks like we got about 13 thou difference at the starting line. At the stripe, it's going to be John Dwayne picking up the win light here as he goes dead on 6 with a 009 reaction time. Allie goes out with a 522 on her 521 dial in. That brings up Maverick Palmatier. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 456 is his dial in. He'll be going against Steve Shoemaker out of Jacksonville. 475 is his dial in. All right, got a clean green light start both lanes, and it's going to be Steve Shoemaker picking up the win light here as he goes dead on 9 with an 11 reaction time. And Maverick Palmatier, he goes dead on 8. He's 9 on the tree with an 025. AJ Kelly coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 495 is going to be his dial in. He's going to run up against Joe Pinkston. Pinkston's over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 693 dialed in. He's out of Williston, Florida. A red light starts for Joe Pinkston. It's going to give AJ Kelly the automatic win. And Pinkston goes 692.9 on that 693. AJ goes 497 on his 495. Yeah. Brandon Williams coming up next in the Pontiac Firebird. He's going up against Malcolm Riggs, and that S10 pickup is for sale. Red light start by Brandon Williams, going to give Malcolm Riggs the automatic win. And Malcolm goes through with a 634 on his 639 dial in. Michael Valley coming up next out of Port St. Lucie, Florida. He's got a 470 dialed in. He'll go up against Jason Graham over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 573 is going to be his dial in. All right, we got a clean green light start. Here we go to the stripe, and the win light's coming on down there for Michael Valley as he goes 470 with a 3 on that 470 dial in. Jason Graham breaks out by 9 thousandths. It's going to bring up Ernie Briggs. Ernie's got a 749 dialed in on his Chevy Camaro out of Ocala. He's going to run up against David Hicks out of St. Augustine. He's got a 489 dialed in. All right, got 200ths of a second separated the two of the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Dave Hicks getting the win light here as he goes dead on 8 with a 15 reaction time. And Ernie breaks out by 8 thousandths. Jim Barbera coming up next. 683 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy 2. He'll go up against Chuck Trotter over there in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 468 dial in. All right, 5,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Jim Barbera is going to get the win line here. 685 on his 683 dial in. Trotter goes out with a 470 on a 468. Chris Duffett coming up next. 611 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Vega. He'll go up against Dave Demarest. He's over there in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 473 dial in. All right, here we go. Dave Demarest is going to get the win line here as he goes 474 on his 473 dial in. As Chris Duffett goes out with 614 on his 611. Danielle Botany coming up next. 481 is going to be her dial in. She'll run over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Going against Gary Vasquez. He's out of Alachua, Florida. 471 is his dial in. All right, 6,000 separates the two at the starting line at the stripe. Danielle Botany is going to get the win line. She goes 483 on her 481. Gary goes 472 on his 471. 29/10,000 second, which would be a margin of victory. Shirley Powell coming up next. 665 is going to be the dial in for the 70 Camaro. He's going to run up against Glenn Newmans. Glenn's got a 558 dialed in on the Chevy Monza out of Alachua. Glenn Newmans picks up the win light there as he goes dead on 6. As Shelby Powell runs 667 on his 665. Shelby had better reaction time, but Glenn closer to the dial in made it happen. Paul Allen coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 695 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Maverick. He'll go up against Kelly Hicks. 456 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Elkton. Okay, so not sure what's happening with Hicks's car there, as he just did not move. And Paul Allen, he was 037, goes dead on with a 4. All right, here we go. So we got Barry Rowell coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 614 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. He'll be going up against James Hicks Jr. 474 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Elkton. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. I need Paul Allen and Kelly Hicks back to the staging lanes, please, for a rerun. Paul Allen and Kelly Hicks need you back to the staging lanes for a rerun, please. Michael Hart coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Ford Mustang. He's got a 618 dialed in. And we're up against Michelle Linsby. She's out of Panama City Beach, Florida. Has got a 456 dialed in. All right, got a clean green light start in both lanes. Here we go, the stripe, and it's going to be the dragster picking up the win light here. 461 on that 456 dial in as Michael Hart goes through with a 626 on his 618 dial in. Chad Kennedy coming up next. 634 is going to be his dial in. He'll be going up against Grayson Wright. 496 is going to be the dial in for Grayson. All right, got a clean green light start. 33 thou difference at the starting line at the stripe. Chad Kennedy's going to get the win light here. 635 on his 634 dial in as Grayson Wright goes out with a 497 on his 496. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. I need to get Paul Allen and Kelly Hicks back to the lanes, please. Paul Allen and Kelly Hicks need you back to the lanes for a rerun, please. Lou Galley coming up next. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. I need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Junior Street, lanes 1 and 2. Yep. All right, Mark Daniels picks up the win line here as he's 002 on the tree, goes dead on with a 2. He put a 4th pack together. And Louis turned on a 003 red light start. That'll bring up Keith Collins next. 566 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. He's going to run up against Scott Browning over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 501 is his dial in. And the win line's going to come off for Scott Browning as he goes through with a 506 on that 501 dial in. Keith Collins goes out with a 574 on his 566. Let's go bring up Nate Hamilton next. 559 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Fitzgerald, Georgia. Going up against Sam Parrish over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 554 dialed in. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Need Flying Brian Trailer Sales. Junior Street, To lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2, please. Need Paul Allen back to the staging lanes, please, for a rerun. Paul Allen, need you back to the lanes for a rerun, please. All right, Sam Parrish gets the win light here on a red light start by Nate Hamilton. Parrish runs dead on 0 with a 23 reaction time. And we'll bring up your next pair. It's going to be Dan Dobson. He's got a 649 dial in on the Chevy Monza. He'll be going against the S10 pickup here of Aaron Reynolds. Aaron's got a 604 dialed in. All right, red light start there by Aaron Reynolds. Going to give Dan Dobson the automatic win light. That's going to bring up your next pairs. We got Stephen Young over here on the Louis Oil side of the track. 719 is going to be the dial in for the Barracuda out of St. Augustine. Going against Brian Stovall over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 663 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Palmetto. All right, here comes Flying Brian Jones. He's got a 448 dialed in on his dragster. He'll be going up against Randy Banger. Banger's got a 496 dialed in. All right, 10,000 separates the two at the starting line, and it's going to be Flying Brian Jones picking up the win light there as he gets 449 on his 448. As Banger breaks out with a 494 on his 407. All right, here comes Wyatt Palmatier. He's got a 455 dialed in on the dragster. And he'll be running up against Alan Roush over there in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 635 dialed in. All right, red light's going to come on down there for Alan Roush as he goes through with a 636 on his 635 dial in. All right, Ron Schaefer coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 769 is going to be the dial in for the Mustang out of St. Augustine. And here we're going up against Brandon Williams over there in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 715 dialed in. And a red light start there for Williams is going to give Schaefer the automatic win. All right, that's going to bring up Charles Racer. 529 is going to be the dial in for the dragster over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll be going up against Kent Grant. He's out of Ty, Georgia. He's got a 567 dialed in. All right, Junior Street, you should be in lanes 1 and 2. Junior Street, you should be in lanes 1 and 2. Y'all need to get suited up and ready to go. All right, 5,000 separates the two of the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Kent Grant picking up the win light here as he goes dead on with a 4 and a 008 reaction time. And Charles Racer was 013, but he breaks out by 8 thousandths. All right, here we go in Junior Street. We got Tanner Mockney coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1031 is going to be the dial in for the Ford pickup. Then we're going up against Chelsea DeWayne over here in the Strange Engineering lane. She's got a 940 dialed in. All right. One of them has got a 001. That was Tanner Mockney who just won the race. He was 1032 on his 1031 dial in. He had a 001 reaction time. Chelsea goes 941 on her 940. Caden Holdaway coming up next. 1105 is going to be his dial in. He'll be ridden the dually, going up against Briella Browning in the Ford Flex over here in the Strange Engineering lane. She's got 1112 dialed in. All right, Briella Browning picks up the win light there. She goes through 11:29 on her 11:12 dial-in. As Caden slows to an 11:21 on his 11:05. And Molly Banger is going to be coming up next. 10:58 is going to be the dial-in. She'll run over here into Lucas Oil Lane. All right, so Molly goes through the 10:75 on her 10:58. Okay, so here we go. Paul Allen coming up over here to Lucas Oil side of the track. 694 is going to be the dial-in going against Kelly Hicks. Hicks got a 456 dial-in. And red light started there for Paul Allen. It's going to give Kelly Hicks the automatic win. All right, Jeff Barrier coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got 1192 dialed in on the Dodge Charger, going up against Jacob Richards in the Mustang. Richards pulls the trigger too early, turns on the red light, going to give the automatic win here to Jeff Barrier. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Junior Dragsters. Start making your way to the staging lanes, please. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Junior Dragsters. Need you to start making your way into the staging lanes, please. Need my 6 to 9 year olds in lane 8, 10 to 12 year olds in lane 2, 13 and older, lane 1. Junior Dragsters, start making your way to the staging lanes, please. All right, Michael Martin coming up next. 1280 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Gainesville. Going up against Mitchell Gunner out of Stark, Florida, the 14 Dodge Charger. He's got a 1376 dialed in. He's going to leave first over Martin's 1280. And red light start there for Mike Martin's going to give Mitch Gunner the automatic win. And Gunner goes through 1387 on his 1376. All right, Mark Horton coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1190 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. Going up against Nico in the Chevy Camaro. He's got 11 flat dialed in. we're dead even on the tree. And here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Mark Orton picking up the win line here. Is he on a double breakout? He broke out by 1/1000th of a second. Nico breaks out by 19. That's going to bring up Blake Scott next. 1183 is going to be the dial in for the Corvette. He's going to run up against Chris Courtney over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 1112 dialed in. All right, got a clean green line starting both lanes. Looks like we got 49 thou difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Blake Scott picking up the win line. He goes through 1186 on his 1183 dial in. Chris Courtney runs dead on 4, but can't get the win line to come on with his 063 reaction time to the 014 by Blake Scott. Jay Dickinson coming up next. 1685 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy pickup truck out of St. George, Georgia. He's going to run up against Dennis Harsh over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 1225 is going to be the dial in for the 2010 Infiniti. Red light start by Jay Dickinson is going to give the automatic win here to Dennis Harsh. And Dennis goes through with a 1242 on his 1225. Jay Dickinson went 1691 on his 1685. Mickey Pierce coming up next. 1133 is the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Going up against Scott DeLeon. He's out of Bellevue. He's got the 80 Malibu with an 1146 dial in. All right, once again, need the junior dragsters. Junior dragsters back to the lanes, please. Junior dragsters, need you back to the lanes. All right, got 71 thou difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Win light's going to come on down there for Mickey Pierce. 1140 on his 1133 dial in. Is DeLeon slows to a 13 flat on his 1146. Jen Robart's coming up next, 1270. Is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. She's going to run up against Monica Roberts. 1254, 59 is the dial in for Monica's Chevy Camaro. And red light start by Jen Robarts is going to give Monica Roberts the automatic win. Monica has a perfect reaction time. And she goes 1255 on that 59 dial in. And that'll bring up Bart Pengalian over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 1263 dialed in. And Bart goes through the 1259 on his 1263. All right, Clint Wilson coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the 56 Chevy. And he'll be going up against Kevin Roberts in the 69 Camaro over there in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, so Clinton Wilson in the 56 Chevy out of Providence. He's got a 1275 dialed in, going up against Kevin Roberts in his 69 Camaro out of Hawthorne. He's got 1182 dialed in. And a red light start by Kevin Roberts is going to give Clinton Wilson the automatic win. Clint Wilson goes 13:40 at 103 to a 12:30 at 96 there for Roberts. All right, Dan Salyers coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 12:34 is going to be the dial in. Going against Brian Stovall. Got 11:40 dialed in on the Buick. Salyers lost. All right, here we go to the junior dragsters, and we got Brinley Holloway coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 12 flat's going to be her dial in. She'll run up against Hudson Matz. He'll be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 12:05 dialed in. Okay, well, red light start for Hudson's going to give the automatic win here to Brinley. All right, here comes car number 1422. It's got 1190 dialed in, going up against Caleb Hamilton out of Fitzgerald, Georgia. 1390 is going to be the dial in. All right, win light's going to come on over here in the Lucas Oil lane as they go 1195 on that 1190 dial in, as Hamilton breaks out with a 1334 on that 1390 dial in. All right, Kalani Horse coming up next. 1590 is going to be the dial in. She's out of Inverness, Florida. And Lee Menendez racing over here in the Strage Lade at 1230 dialed in. All right, red light started for Horse. And Melendez will pick up the win light. All right, here we go to the 10 to 12-year-olds. This is going to bring up Blake Jones. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 895 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Orange Park, Florida. Going up against Xander Cook. He's got an 892 dialed in. He's out of Middleburg. All right, we had a clean green light start. Only fourth foul separates the two of the starting line. And the win light came on down there for Xander Cook on a double breakout. He'll pick up the win light. All right, Ryder Horse coming up next. 890 will be his dial in. He's out of Inverness, Florida, going up against Peyton Duffett out of the Strange Engineering lane. 893 is going to be his dial in. All right, red light start for Duffett. It's going to give Ryder Horse the automatic win. And Ryder goes through with an 879 on his 890 dial in. All right, Jason Santiago coming up next out of Orlando. He's got a 901 dialed in. Going up against Wyatt Hicks. Hicks is out of the Strange Engineering lane. Got a 903 dialed in. All right, 13th foul separate the two at the starting line. Here we go. The striped win light's going to come on down there for Wyatt Hicks as he breaks out by 1/1000th of a second, and Santiago broke out by a bunch. Briella Browning coming up next. 897 is going to be her dial in. She'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Johnny Moxley. We're over here in the Strange Engineering aisle. He's got a 895 dialed in. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Then we have Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, make your way into lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. right, 11th out, separate the two at the starting line. And Briella Browning's going to pick up the win light here. She goes on a double breakout. She breaks out with the least amount. She went 8.96.8 on an 8.97. And Johnny Moxley goes 8.89 on his 8.95. All right, Ryden Cook coming up next. 8.92 is going to be the dial in over there in the Lucas Oil Lane. He'll be running up against Scarlett Hicks. She's got a 9.20 dialed in.
All right, as you can tell, we're on a rain delay or weather delay, however you like it. So if y'all want to take a break and come back after a while and check on the status where we are at, what we're going to do, just check back with us. We knew there was a possibility that the rain might come back, and it did.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
All right, we're not canceled. That's the wrong logo. Sorry about that. But we are in a weather delay. So just bear with us. And hopefully we'll be back to racing soon.
All right, attention in the pits. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're wanting something to drink or eat over at the night at the pit stop, they're going to be open until 4 o'clock this afternoon. So you got till 4 o'clock to go over and get you some drinks. Just FYI. right, attention to the pits. Junior dragsters that had not run yet. Need you back in the lanes. Junior dragsters that had not run yet. Let's get your cars back in the lanes, please. Junior dragsters, if you were in lanes to make your runs, I need you to come back. If you already ran, stay back to pits. If you are in the lanes to run, come back to the pit lanes now. All right, attention to the pits. Once again, need those junior dragsters that had not run in that round back to the lane. Junior dragsters that had not run in that round, need you back to the lanes, please.
All right, after a little bit of a delay.
All right, attention to pits. Once again, junior dragsters that had not run that round, come back to the lanes now for to make the round, please. Junior dragsters that did not run in the second round come to the staging lanes now for you to finish out your second round.
All right, like Rick said, we're going to start right back off where we left off, and that's going to be for the junior dragsters class. And then we'll return shortly after that into the pro category of Gene Glass, and that will be the third round.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
All right, here we go. As we're getting back underway, we're going to have Ryden Cook over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 892 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Middleburg. And here we're up against Scarlett Hicks out of St. Augustine. 920 is going to be her dial in. Red light start for Scarlett Hicks. Going to get the automatic win here, Ryan Cook. And Ryan goes through with an 890 on his 892. Scarlett went 913 on her 920. I think that was the last of the 10 to 12-year-olds. It looks like we're stepping it up to the older boys and girls. The 13 and older group. Caden Holdaway coming up over here on the Lucas Oil lane. He's got an 8-flat dial in. He'll go up against Carson Murphy over there in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 790 dialed in. All right, only 6 miles separates the two at the starting line. And at the stripe, this is going to be Carson Murphy picking up the win here as he goes 791 on his 790 as Caden breaks out with a 797 on his 8-flat dial in. That'll bring up Brooklyn Collins next. 791 is going to be her dial in. Showing up against Clay Tolliver. She's got 798 dialed in. All right, looks like we got 5 miles separate the two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Brooklyn Collins picking up the win light here. She goes 794 on that 791. Claire Trolliver goes out with an 802 on her 798 dial in. Tanner Mockney coming up next. 795 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Molly Banger over there in the Strange Engineering lane. She's got a 795 dialed in, so heads up run here. Okay. All right, going to need Tanner Mockney and Molly Banger back to do a rerun, please. All right, Heather Dolly coming up over there on Lucas Oil side again, track against Aaron Kennedy. Clean green light start both lanes. Here we go. The stripe win light's going to come on down there for Aaron Kennedy as he goes 791 on his 790 dial in, 8 flat. The dial in for is the time there for Hunter Dowling. Alyssa Fargo coming up next. She'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 804 is going to be her dial in. She's going to be going up against Caitlin Fargo. She's got a 790 dialed in. All right, we got a clean green light start. One's pretty good. One's a little bit late. And the one that's good just won. 708 on a 807 on an 804 dial in. Caitlin goes dead on with a 1. Unfortunately, a 225 reaction time is not going to win you very many races. And it looks like Byron coming up here for Sierra Haight. All right, Sierra goes through with an 844.
I think we're waiting on 2 juniors to come back around. We had some trash blow through down at the top end of the track. That went through the beams, so we're going to have to rerun that pair. Here is your junior dragster redo over for Tanner Montney and Molly Banger. Both are green. And Molly Banger is going to pick up the win. Motion of victory by 32 thousandths.
Pro Eliminator, if you are in Pro, you need to be in the staging lanes now, please. Pro Eliminator, Jeans class, Pro Eliminator.
All right, attention appearance, Jeans class, Pro Eliminator, make your way into lane number 1 and 2, please. Pro Eliminator, let's make our way into lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro Motorcycles, back to lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles, make your way back to lane 7, please. All right, attention in the pits. Need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro to lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4. Let's get those golf carts out of the staging lanes, please. I need Pro Eliminator to lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, 3 and 4. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Once again, I'm looking for Super Pro, Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2, Pro ET, lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. Need those classes. Start making your way into the staging lanes, please. All right, here we go. We got Randy Holbrook coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 656 going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. It's out of Palmetto, Florida. They're up against Rob Reynolds. He's out of Melbourne. 647 is going to be the dial in for the Malibu wagon. Pro's got a 656 dialed in, 647 the dial in for the wagon. Once again, looking for Pro Eliminator. Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Your class is running at this time. Pro Eliminator, you need it in lanes 1 and 2. Fly Brian Trailer Sales, Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4. Fly Brian Trailer Sales, Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Red light start there for Randy Holbrook. Going to give the automatic win here to Rob Reynolds. Holbrook goes through the 667 on that 656 dial-in. Rob goes 680 on his 647. Here comes Roland Corky Alford. S10 pickup out of Glen St. Mary's. Got a 701 dialed in. He's going to run against Kenny Bevins over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 607 dialed in. All right, got a clean green line start. 15,000 separates the two in the starting line. Kenny Bevins goes dead on 2 and gets the win light there. Corky goes dead on 4. Reaction time advantage went to Bevins, 025 to an 040. Hey, red light start there for Michael Popwell. Brandon Williams, 715 goes 710. Popwell went 807 on his 790. That'll bring up Jeremy Fireball Davis. 555 is going to be the dial in for the motorcycle out of Palm Coast. He'll run up against Maverick Palmatier. Maverick's got a 611 dialed in the pickup truck. He's out of the land. I know. Red light start there for Jeremy Fireball Davis. Is going to give Maverick Palmatier the automatic win light. Maverick goes dead on 4 with a 19 reaction time, so good run there for Maverick Palmatier. It's going to bring up Mike Gaffney next. 699 is going to be the dial in for the AMC Gremlin out of Wildwood. And he'll run up against James Turner. Turner's got a 704 dialed in on that Mercury Capri out of Keystone Heights. All right, this is the pits. By running Super Pro is going to be Tolliver in that purple F10. Mr. Tolliver, you have the by run. All right, Mike Gaffney gets the win light here as he goes 704 on that 699. Turner goes 711 on his 704. Close race, 4/10,000ths of a second was the margin of victory. All right, Bart Pengalian coming up next. 658 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Melrose. They're going up against Michael Peak out of Equipment, Georgia. 611 the dial in for the Vega. All right, 300ths of a second was the difference at the start. Bart gets the win light, 659 on his 658. Michael Peak runs dead on 5, but cannot get the win light to come on. He was behind on the Christmas tree, 053 to an 023. All right, once again, looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro to lanes 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, you're needed in lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Motorcycles, you should be in lane 7. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. All right, that's going to bring up Lee Zaremba. 640 is going to be the dial in for the 71 Dodge Dart out of Inverness. And he'll run up against Aaron Reynolds. 605 the dial in for the S10 pickup truck out of Melbourne. Red light start there for Lee Zaremba is going to give the win light to Aaron Reynolds. Aaron goes through the 603 on that 605 dial in. Lee went 639 on 640. All right, here we go. We got Chris Duffett coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 732 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Wesley Chapel. Going up against Tony Gambardello. 647 is going to be the dial in for the Malibu wagon. All right, 3,000 separates the two at the starting line. And on a double breakout, Chris Duffett's going to pick up the win line here as he goes 730 on a 32 dial in. Gambardello went 643 on his 647. Let's go bring up James Evans out of Jacksonville. The Ford Mustang's going to run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Kenny Bevins out of the Strange Engineering Lane in the Vegas station wagon. Well, red line start for James Evans. Is going to give the automatic win here to Kenny Bevins. And Bevins goes through the 601 on his 607 dial in. James Evans went 704 on his 697. All right, let's go bring up through green. 608 is going to be the dial in for the 68 Camaro out of Ocala. He's going to run up against John DeWayne out of Jacksonville. 602 the dial in for the 94 Camaro. Looks like we only got about 7 miles separates the two at the starting line. This should be close, and it's going to be on a double breakout. John DeWayne's going to pick up the win. He goes 6 flat on his 602. Green goes out with a 605 on his 608. D. Lincoln coming up next. 662 is going to be the dial in for the 69 Camaro. He'll run up against Paul Allen, 72 Ford Maverick out of Middleburg. Is going to run over here in the Strange Engineering Lane. He's got a 694 dialed in. All right, attention interference, Flying Brian Sale, Trailer Sales, Junior Street, lanes 1 and 2, please. Junior Street, lanes 1 and 2, please. All right, looks like your Byron coming up here for Wyatt Palmatier. All right, Ryan goes through the 626 on his 625 dial in. All right, Dwayne Leachman coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the tracks. 563 is going to be his dial in, going up against Sam Parrish. Parrish with a 554 dial in. 207 seconds separates the two at the starting line at the stripe. It's going to be Parrish picking up the win line here as he goes 556 on his 554 dial in. As Leachman goes out with a 569 on his 563. And it looks like we got a buy run coming up here for Jeremy Davis as he's got a 555 dialed in. All right, Jeremy goes through the 551 on his 555.
All right, I got to step away from the computer for a minute. So coming up now is Super Pro, followed by Junior Street, Pro Motorcycle, Allen, Speed Shop, Sportsman Class, and then Junior Dragsters.
All right, here we go into Super Pro. Once again, I am looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2. Junior Street, lanes 1 and 2. Need Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, please. Allen Speed Machine Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. And Pro Motorcycles to lane 7. Pro Bikes, lane 7. All right, Dan Dobson over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 649 is going to be the dial in for the Monza out of Gainesville. Going up against Steve Shoemaker out of Jacksonville. 475 is going to be the dial in for the dragster. All right, 11th hour separates the two. Shoemaker picking up the win line here as he goes 478 on his 475. Dobson went 651 on the 649. Flying Brian Jones coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 448 is going to be the dial in. He'll run up against Ron Schaefer out of St. Augustine. 769 will be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. Ron Schaefer breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. He had the better reaction time because he was 009 to an 044. Jones goes through with a 451 on a 448. Gets the win light. Jim Barbera coming up next. 684 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy 2.0 out of Trenton. He'll run up against Dave Demris. 473 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Fort McCoy. All right, once again, we're looking for Allen Speed Machine Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Pro Bikes, lane 7. Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Junior Street, lane 1 and 2. Junior Streets, lane 1 and 2. All right, 10-5 separates the two at the starting line at the stripe. This is going to be Jim Barbera picking up the win right there as he goes dead on 2. Gets the win. Dave Drummers goes 474 on his 473. Billy Dunn coming up next. 468 is going to be the dial in. He's going to run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Mark Daniels over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 496 is going to be his dial in. All right, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe wind light. Comes off for Billy Dunn, 472 on a 468. As Mark Daniels goes 5 flat on his 496 dial in. Michael Valley coming up next. 466 is the dial in for the dragster out of Port St. Lucie. He'll go up against Glenn Newman. Glenn's out of Alachua, Florida. He's got a 558 dialed in on his Chevy Monza. Red light start by Michael Valley is going to give Glenn Newman's the automatic win. Glenn goes 559 on his 558 dial in. He has a 011 reaction time. Good run there for Glenn Newman's. Daniel Mockney coming up next. 482 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Dave Hicks, he'll be running over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 488 dialed in. All right, they're dead even on the starting line. Dave Hicks is going to get the win line here as he goes 489 on his 488 dial in. Danielle goes 485 on her 482. Both of them were 034 on the tree. Trent Horton coming up next. 492 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Randy Banger. Banger's got a 496 dialed in. He's out of Palmetto, Florida. Horton from Callahan. Okay, win line's going to come off of Randy Banger on a double breakout. He goes 5 under on the dial. Looks like Horton went about 17 under. Mark Horton coming up next. 468 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll go up against Kelly Hicks. Hicks with a 456 dial in. He'll run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. Okay, we got red light starts in both lanes. Kelly Hicks is going to get the win light as he had a 004 red. Horton was 008 red. Horton goes 468 on a 468. Hicks went 457 on his 456. AJ Kelly coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 496 is going to be his dial in. He's going to run up against Scott Gibson. 455 is going to be the dial in for Gibson. All right, 6 now, separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be A.J. Kelly picking up the win light here as he goes dead on 7 with a 14 reaction time. Gibson went dead on 2. He was 20 on the tree. 16 10,000ths of a second is your margin of victory for A.J. Kelly. Stephen Young coming up next. 719 is the dial in for the Barracuda over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll up against James Hicks Jr. 472 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Elkton. All right, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. 42,000 difference at the starting line and at the stripe. It's going to be the Barracuda getting the win light as he goes from 720 on a 719. Hicks breaks out by 3,000ths of a second. Chad Kennedy coming up next. 634 is going to be the dial in for the pickup truck out of Middleburg. He'll run up against Scott Browning. 501 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Wesley Chapel. All right, I should have my Junior Street in lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman should be in lanes 5 and 6. And Pro Bikes, you should be in lane 7. Red light start there for Chad Kennedy. He's going to give Scott Browning the automatic win. Chad goes 680 on his 634. Browning broke out, but got the win light on the red light start. Ken Grant coming up next. 567 is going to be the dial in for the Nova. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Malcolm Ricks. That truck is for sale, so if you're looking for a neat little S10 race truck, there it is. Malcolm Ricks has got it for sale. 634 is going to be the dial in. And we got a clean green light start. 400ths of a second separates the two at the starting line. It's going to be Ken Grant picking up the win light here as he goes 571 on his 567 dial in. As Malcolm Ricks goes 636 on his 634. John Dwayne coming up next. 602 the dial in for the 94 Camaro. It's out of Jacksonville. He'll go up against Sam Parrish. Parrish is over here in the strange engineering lane. He's got a 554 dialed in on the motorcycle. All right, we got a clean green light start. Looks like there's about 28 difference at the starting line at the stripe on a double breakout. John Dwayne picks up the win light there as he breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. Sam Parrish broke out by quite a bit. All right, Brian Jones coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 450 is going to be the dial in, going up against Roy Hagedorn. Hagedorn's got a 633 dial in for the Mustang out of Venice. at the starting line at the stripe. It's going to be Roy Hagedorn getting the win line here, 6:34 in his 33 dial-in. Brian Jones breaks out with a 4:47 on that 4:50 dial-in. And he was behind on the Christmas tree as well. That'll bring up Amanda Tolliver next. 6:48 is going to be the dial-in. She's out of Climax, Georgia. All right, Tolliver goes through the 6:47 on her 6:48 dial-in. All right, Junior Street, y'all should be loading up. Junior Street, load up. Super Pro Bikes, you're on deck. Super Pro Motorcycle, or excuse me, Pro Motorcycles, you're on deck. Pro Bikes, you're on deck. All right, here we go into Junior Street. We're going to start off with the buy run here for Tanner Mockney. He's got 10:31 dialed in on the F350. All right, 10:27 on that 10:31 there for Tanner. That'll bring up your pair here for Briella Browning. 11:13 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Flex. She'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Molly Banger is going to be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. She's got a 1075 dialed in. She's out of Palmetto, Florida. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior dragsters, need to start making your way into the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters, need my 6 to 9-year-olds in staging lane number 8, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2, 13 and older lane 1. Junior dragsters, need you to the staging lanes, please. Okay, win light here is coming off for Molly Banger. She goes through the 1093 on that 1075 dial in. It's Briella slows to an 1134 on her 1113 dial in. All right, here we go in the Sportsman. All right, Bart. Here goes Bart Pengalian in the Chevy Corvette. He's out of Melrose, got a 1262 dialed in. He'll be running against Clint Wilson in that 56 Chevrolet out of Providence. He's got a 1275 dialed in. and let's see how this is going to shake out down on the top end. Mark Pangolian is going to pick up the win light as he goes 1261 on his 1262 dial in. Yeah, both of them did. All right, Jeff Barrier coming up next. 1192 is going to be the dial in on the Dodge Charger, going up against Brian Stovall in the Buick Grand National. Barrier has 1192 dialed in. 1139 is the dial in for Stovall. And here we go. The stripe union win lights coming off for Barrier as he goes 1195 on that 1192 dial in. His Stovall goes out 1144 on his 1139. Dennis Harsh coming up next. 1225 is going to be the dial in for the Infiniti out of Gainesville. He's going to go up against Blake Scott over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 1184 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Corvette. And red light start there from Scott. It's going to give Harsh the automatic win. All right, attention to the Bears, Junior dragsters, need you to the lanes. Junior dragsters, need you to the lanes. 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12-year-olds, lane 2, 13 and older, lane 1. Junior dragsters, need you in the lanes. All right, Mickey Pierce coming up next. 1131 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Going up against Mitchell Gunner out of start. 1386 is the dial in for the Dodge Charger. Mitch turns on the red light. Going to give the automatic win here to Mickey Pierce. And at the stripe, Pierce goes through 1132 on 1131. Mitch goes 1381 on his 1386. Monica Roberts coming up next. 1256 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. She's out of Ocala. Showing up against Mark Horton out of Callahan. 1190 the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. All right, looks like we got 25 foul difference in the starting line. And here we go, the stripe in your win light's going to come on down there for Monica Roberts as she goes 1258 on her 1256 dial in. Horton breaks out with 1188 on his 1190. Monica was actually ahead on the Christmas tree. She was 015 to Horton's 040. All right, so here we go, the Pro Motorcycles. Roy Johnson's coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1098 is going to be his dial in, going against Scott DeLong. 913 is going to be his dial in. All right, got 2 fouls separating these two in the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Scott DeLong picking up the win line here as he goes 918 on that 913 dial in. Roy breaks out with a 1095 on his 1098. Roy was 007 to Scott's 009. All right, Dwayne Leachman coming up next. 837 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll be going against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. 870 is going to be the dial in over here in the Strange Engineering lane. nice start by Dwayne Schmidt's going to give Dwayne Leachman the automatic win. Leachman's 001 on the tree. He goes 841 on his 837 dial-in. Schmidt goes dead on with a 1, but he was 34 red. That'll bring up Anthony Vieira. 863 is going to be the dial-in for the bike out of Palm Coast. All right, Anthony's got an 863 dialed in, and he goes 866, 153. All right, so that wraps up that round of the motorcycles. So getting ready to go back over here to the junior dragsters. Get things kicked off with our 6 to 9-year-olds. All right, here we go into the junior dragsters. This is going to be the 6 to 9-year-olds, and we got Brinley Holdaway coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 12 flat's going to be her dial in. Going against Valentino over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 1191 is going to be the dial in. red light start over there on the right-hand side. It's going to give the automatic win here to Brinley Holdaway. And Brinley goes through at 11.95 on her 12 flat dial-in. Valentino went 11.88 on his 11.91. And it'll bring up Lee Melendez. And Melendez is going to run over here. 12.38 is going to be the dial-in. All right, so Lee Menendez on the way down the raceway. You got 12.38 on the dial-in. Goes 8.41. All right, attention out to the sportsman pits. Monica Roberts, she'll have the bye run in this next round. All right, juniors, 10 to 12-year-olds, let's get loaded up. 10 to 12-year-olds, load up. 13 and older, y'all load up as well. Junior dragsters, let's get ready to go. All right, here we go to the 10 to 12-year-olds. We got Rider Horse coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 is going to be the dial in, going up against Xander Cook. 890 will be his dial in as well. He's out of Middleburg. Rider's out of Inverness. All right, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go. The stripe end. The wind light's going to come on down there for Rider Horse on a double breakout. Rider broke out by 4 thousandths. Xander breaks out by 5 thousandths. It's going to bring up Briella Browning next. 894 is going to be her dial in. She'll be running up against Ryden Cook. 891 is his dial in. He's out of Middleburg. All right, 34 thousandths of a second difference at the starting line, and at the stripe, it's going to be Briella Browning picking up the win line there as she goes dead on 7 with a 006 reaction time. Good run for her. 13th out package as Ryden Cook breaks out with an 888 on his 902. Scarlett Hicks coming up next. 902 is her dial in. She's out of St. Augustine. All right, here we go to the big kids. Alyssa Fargo coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 806 is going to be the dial in. Run up against Aaron Kennedy over there in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 790 dialed in. All right, attention in the finish, attention in the finish. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Red line start by Aaron Kennedy is going to give the automatic win here to Alyssa Fargo. She goes through with an 803 on her 806, and Aaron goes 809 on his 790. Sierra Hay coming up next. 845 is going to be her dial in. She'll run up against Brooklyn Collins over here in the right-hand lane. Brooklyn's got a 792 dialed in. right, looks like about 3 thou separates the two at the starting line. And the win line's going to come off for Brooklyn Collins, 798 on her 92 dial in, as Sierra goes through with an 861 on her 845. Carson Murphy coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 790 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Molly Banger over here in the Strange Engineering lane. She's got a 796 dialed in. All right, once again, looking for Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator to lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2. Blind Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro lanes 3 and 4. The Super Pro Bikes to lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles lane 7. And the win line is going to come on over there for Carson Murphy. 791 on the 790 dial in. Molly Banger goes out with 802 on her 796. All right, Lee Menendez on the buy run here. It was 1284 on that 1238 dial in. we go, back into Pro Eliminator, and we've got Mike Gaffney coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. $6.99 is going to be the dial-in for the AMC Gremlin out of Wildwood. He'll run up against Maverick Palmatier. $6.11 is going to be the dial-in for the S10 pickup truck out of DeLand. Red light start by Mike Gaffney is going to give the automatic win here to Maverick Palmatier. He goes through the 646 on that 611 dial-in. Gaffney was 001 red. Mark Pengolina coming up next. 658 is going to be the dial-in for the Chevy Camaro out of Melrose. He'll run up against Brandon Williams out of Bradenton, Florida. 712 the dial-in for the Pontiac Firebird. Red light start by Bart's going to give Williams the automatic win. And Williams goes through the 711 on that 712 dial-in. Bart was 2,000 red. It's going to bring up John DeWayne next. 601 is going to be the dial-in for the Camaro out of Jacksonville. He'll run up against Kenny Bevins. 605 is going to be the dial-in for the Little Vega out of Albany, Georgia. All right, got a clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be John DeWayne picking up the win line there as he goes dead on with a 6 and a 14 reaction time. He put a 20 thou pack together. Good run there for John DeWayne. Kenny Bevins goes dead on 5, but he was 056 on the tree. So an 014 for John DeWayne. All right, Chris Duffett coming up next. 732 is going to be the dial-in for the Camaro out of Wesley Chapel. Going up against Rob Reynolds. 647 is going to be the dial-in for the Malibu wagon. He's out of Melbourne, Florida. All right, red line start there for Rob Reynolds. Is going to give Chris Duffett the automatic win. Duffett goes through the 733 on his 32 dial-in. Rob Reynolds goes 654 on his 647. right, so folks, we're waiting on a couple of the double entries to come back here in pro so we can finish out this session of pro. So just be patient with us, folks. We'll get them done here in just a few minutes. Here comes Kenny Bevins. 602 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going to run up against Aaron Reynolds over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 605 dialed in on his S10 pickup truck. Red light start there by Kenny Bevins is going to give Aaron Reynolds the automatic win. Aaron goes through with a 643 on his 605. Kenny went 718 on his 604. Brings up Paul Allen next. 694 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Maverick. He's out of Middleburg. Going right up against Wyatt Palmatier. He'll be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 625 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. The red light start there by Paul Allen is going to give Wyatt Palmatier the automatic win. And Wyatt goes through with a 638 on his 625. All right, touching in the pits, Fire Brian Trailer Sales, Junior Street. Junior Street, lanes 1 and 2. Junior Street, lanes 1 and 2, please. over to the Super Pro Motorcycles, and it looks like we're in the semifinals here, as we got Jeremy Fireball Davis coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 555 is going to be the dial in. He'll go up against Sam Parrish over here in the Strange Engineering lane. It's out of Green Cove Springs. Got a 551 dialed in. All right, 29,000 difference at the starting line. And it's going to be Sam Parrish picking up the win light here as he goes 553 on that 551 dial in. Jeremy Davis goes 556 on a 55. Sam was 002 on the tree to an 031 for Parrish. All right, so it looks like Dwayne Schmidt was just going to take the tree. All right, here we go. We got Amanda Tolliver coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 647 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. Going up against Roy Hagedorn. He's got 633 dialed in on the Ford Mustang out of Venice. Okay, win light's going to come on down there for Amanda Tolliver. 649 on a 47 dial in. Hagedorn goes out with a 635 on his 633. It's going to bring up Billy Dunn. 469 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Glenn Newmans, he'll be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 559 dialed in on the Chevy Monza out of Alachua. All right, 1 foul separates the two in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Billy Dunn picking up the win light there as Glenn Newmans breaks out by 0.02 of a second. A.J. Kelly coming up next. 496 is going to be the dial in for the drag strut of Jacksonville. He'll run up against David Hicks out of St. Augustine. 489 is going to be his dial in. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need sportsmen, lanes 5 and 6. Sportsmen, lanes 5 and 6. Pro bikes, lane 7. Pro motorcycle, lane 7. Sportsmen, lanes 5 and 6. All right, 5 foul separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Dave Hicks getting the win light here. 491 on his 489 dial in. As Kelly bows out with a 498 on his 496 dial in. Jim Barbera coming up next. 684 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy 2 Nova out of Trenton. He'll run up against Kelly Hicks over here in a Strange Engineering lane. Hicks with a 456 dial in. He's out of Elkton, Florida. Red light start there for Jim Barbera. It's going to get Hicks. And Hicks goes dead on 5 with a 005 reaction time. Puts a 10th pack together. Good run there for Kelly Hicks. As Jim Barbera goes out with a 688 on his 684. He was 012 red. Brian Jones coming up next. 448 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Orange Park going up against Ken Grant. Grant's out of Ty, Georgia. He's got a 568 dialed in on the Chevy Nova. Clean green light start both lanes, and at the stripe, flying Brian Jones picks up the win light here as he goes 449 on his 448 dial in as Ken Grant breaks out with a 566 on his 568 dial in. All right, Stephen Young coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. In the Barracuda out of St. Augustine, going up against Scott Browning. He'll be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 501 dialed in. And it looks like there may be problems with Browning's cars. It looks like they're backing him out of the way. So this is going to be a competition single here for Stephen Young. That's going to bring up John Dwayne. 602 is going to be the dial in for the Camaro out of Jacksonville. He'll go up against Randy Banger out of Palmetto, Florida. 495 is going to be the dial in for the dragster. All right, 7th aisle separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Your win light's going to come on down there for Randy Banger as he goes dead on 5 with a 003 reaction time. John Dwayne went dead on 7 with an 010 reaction time. And your buy run coming up next for Steve Shoemaker. And 475 will be his dial in. All right, Shoemaker goes through with a 476 on his 475 dial in. All right, that wraps up that round of Pro Eliminator, or Super Pro Eliminator. Now we're getting ready to go to our finals of Junior Street. All right, Tanner Mockney is going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Ford Super Duty, going up against Molly Banger. She'll be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. She's got a 1075 dialed in on the Volkswagen. All right, attention in the pits, Jeans Glass, Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator, need you back to lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Super Pro, cool them and fuel them, bring them back into lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro, cool them and fuel them, back to lanes 3 and 4. All right, your red light's going to come on down there for Molly Banger. She goes through the 1082 on her 1075 as Tanner goes 1039 on his 1029 dial-in. And here we go to the Pro Bikes. Looks like this is going to be a semifinal round here. Anthony Vieira, excuse me. 867 is going to be his dial-in. He's out of Palm Coast. Here we're running against Scott DeLong over there in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 918 dialed in. All right, attention to the pits. Pro and Super Pro, hold back. Pro and Super Pro, hold back. I need my junior dragsters to the lanes. Junior dragsters, need you to the lanes. Junior dragsters, need you back to the lanes, please. All right, Pro Eliminator to hold back in the pits for a minute. I need the junior dragsters to the lanes. Junior dragsters, need you to the lanes. Junior dragsters, back to the lanes, please. Pro and Super Pro, hold back. Junior Pro and Super Pro, hold back, please. I need my 6 to 9-year-old juniors to lane 8, 10 to 12-year-olds juniors in lane 2, 13 and older lane 1. Junior dragsters to the lanes, junior dragsters to the lanes. All right, Dwayne Leishman goes 833 on his 840 dial in. All right, sportsmen, let's get ready to go. Sportsmen, let's get ready. Need my junior dragsters to the lanes. Junior dragsters, need you to the lanes, please. 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12-year-olds lane 2, 13 and older lane 1. Junior dragsters, need you to the lanes, please. All right, here we go. We got Bart Pangolian coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil Lane. 1264 is going to be the dial-in for the Corvette. Here we're right up against Dennis Harsh over here in the Strange Engineering Lane. 1228 is going to be his dial-in. right, here we go to the stripe. Your win line's coming on down there from Bart Pangolian as he goes through with a 1264 on his with an 8 on his 1264 dial in. Dennis goes out with a 1236 on his 1228. Jeff Barrier coming up next. 1193 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Charger. He'll go up against Mickey Pierce. He's in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 1230 dialed in. And here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Mickey Pierce picking up the win light as he goes 1133 on his 1130 dial in. Barrier breaks out with 1183 on his 1193. And your buy run coming up next for Monica Roberts. Monica with a 1256 dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Ocala. Okay, Monica goes through with a 1250 on that 1256 dial in. All right, junior dragsters should be in the lanes. Junior dragsters, you should be in the lanes at this time. All right, here we go. This will be our final round of the 6 to 9 year olds. We got Brinley Holdaway over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1196 is going to be her dial in. And she'll be lining up against Lee Menendez. 1280 is going to be the dial in over here in the Strange Engineering lane. Lee is out of Orlando. Brinley, I believe, out of Inverness. All right, here we go with our final round in the 6 to 9 year old junior dragsters. And they're off. And here we go, the stripe, and the win line comes on there for Lee Menendez. It goes 1298 on a 1280 dial in as Brinley breaks out with 1192 on her 1196 dial in. All right, so we're going to step it up to the 10 to 12 year olds. All right, we're going to have Ryder Horse coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Inverness, Florida. We're going to run up against Wyatt Hicks. 898 is going to be the dial in for Wyatt. And we got a clean green light start. Looks like 23 thou difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, the win line's coming off for Wyatt Hicks. He goes through with an 898 on his 898 dial in. Good run there for him. Ryder Horse breaks out with an 887 on his 890 dial in. And that will bring up my run here for Briella Browning. She's out of Wesley Chapel. right, here we go to the 13 and older group. All right, attention to the pitch. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. All right, Carson Murphy over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track's got a 790 dialed in, going against Brooklyn Collins, 793 the dial in for her. Here we go to the stripe. Then the wind line's going to come off for Brooklyn Collins as she goes through with a 797 on her 793. Carson Murphy breaks out with an 788 on his 790. And Alyssa Cafargo coming up next. 803 is going to be her dial in. Looks like this is going to be your bye runs. This is your semifinals here in the 13 and older group. So it looks like Alyssa Fargo will be moving on in to face Brooklyn Collins in the finals. All right, Alyssa Fargo goes 803 on her 803 dial in. All right, looks like this is going to be your finals in the Super Pro Motorcycles. All right, so it looks like this is going to be the finals here of the Super Pro Motorcycles. You're going to have a heads up right at that. Dwight Schmidt Jr. is going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Citra. Go up against Sam Parrish over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's out of Green Coast Springs. Both drivers have a 551 dialed in. We're going to have Aaron Reynolds coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 606 is going to be the dial in for the S10 truck out of Melbourne. Then up against Maverick Palmetier out of DeLand. 611 is going to be the dial in for his S10 pickup. All right, here we go. They're staged up, ready to go. We got a clean green light starting both lanes. Looks like we got about 28 foul difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. And it's going to be Aaron Reynolds picking up the win light there as he goes 608 on his 609 dial in. As Maverick goes through with a 617 on his 611 dial in. Maverick actually had the better reaction times. He was 008 to an 036 for Aaron. Chris Duffett coming up next. 735 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Wesley Chapel. Going up against Brandon Williams out of Bradenton, Florida. 713 the dial in for the Pontiac. 3 thou separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Brandon Williams picking up the win light here on a double breakout.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit. We'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most bulletproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at bigstuff3efi.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
Obamacare won that round, so you'll be going to the semifinal in Pro. Now we're into the Super Pro category.
All right, Amanda Tolliver coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Climax, Georgia. 647 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. Running is Randy Banger out of Palmetto, Florida. 495 is his dial in. 8 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. And the wind lights coming on over there for Amanda Tolliver. She goes 648 on her 647 dial in. Banger slows to a 497 on his 495. Steve Shoemaker coming up next. 475 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going against Dave Hicks. He's out of St. Augustine. 490 is going to be the dial in. we got a clean green light starting both lanes. 8 now separates the two at the starting line at the stripe. It's going to be Steve Shoemaker picking up the win light here. 479 on his 475 dial in. As Hicks breaks out with a 489 on his 490. Billy Dunn coming up next. 468 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Leesburg. Coming up against Stephen Young out of St. Augustine. 719 is going to be the dial in for the Barracuda. All right, Sportsman, need you back in lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, let's get you back in lanes 5 and 6. All right, got a clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go to strike one light. It's coming on down there for Stephen Young. 720 on a 719 dial in as Billy Dunn goes 470 on his 468. Young had the better reaction time as he's 016 to an 043 from Billy Dunn. Flying Brian Jones coming up next. 449 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Kelly Hicks out of Elkton, Florida. 456 is the dial in. He'll run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, once again, looking for Sportsman. Sportsman back in lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. All right, attention to the pits, Junior dragsters, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2, 13 and older lane 1. Junior dragsters. Need my finalists to lanes 1 and 2, please. Coming out down there for Kelly Hicks as he goes through with a 456 with a 7 on a 56 dial in. He was 006 on the tree. Puts a 13th thou pack together. Brian Jones breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. He was behind on the tree with an 033 light. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. I need pro motorcycles to lane 7, pro bikes, lane 7 for your finals, please. Need my junior dragster finalists to the lanes. Junior dragster finalists, need you to the lanes, please. 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2, 13 and older, lane 1. Need y'all start making your way to the lanes. All right, here we go into sportsmen. This is going to be your semifinal round. All right, Mickey Pierce. Looks like he's going to be your buy run here. He's going to take the right-hand lane. He's got 1131 dialed in on the Chevy Camaro. All right, so Monica Roberts coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 1252 is going to be the dial in for the Camaro out of Ocala. And she'll be running up against Bart Pangilian. 1262 is going to be the dial in for the Corvette. He's out of Melrose. And we got a clean green light start. 2 foul separates the two at the starting line. And here we go to the stripe. Your win line's going to come on down there for Bart Pangilian. As he goes through with his 1265 on his 62 dial in, as Monica breaks out with a 1247 on her 1252 dial in. right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Let's get Gene's Glass Pro Eliminator back to lanes 1 and 2. Cool them and fuel them. And Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4. Let's cool them and fuel them, please. All right, here we go in our final round of the junior dragsters. It's going to be your 10 to 12-year-olds. And we've got Briella Browning over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 895 is going to be her dial in. It's going to run up against Wyatt Hicks. He'll be over here in the strange engineering lane. He has an 898 dialed in. we hear clean green light start, 46,000 of a second difference at the starting line. And here we go to the stripe. Your win light's going to come off for Wyatt Hicks. He goes 902 on his 898 dial-in, picks up the win. 901 on an 895 for Briella Browning. So congratulations, Wyatt, for your win here today. And that will bring us to our 13 and older group. And we got Alyssa Fargo coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 803 is her dial-in. She'll run up against Brooklyn Collins. Brooklyn's got a 793 dial-in. She's out of Keystone Heights. All right, motorcycles, let's come out and get your final round taken care of. All right, here we go with our pro bike final round. We got Anthony Vieira out of Palm Coast, Florida. 867 is going to be the dial-in over here on the Lucas Oil lane. Going up against Dwayne Leachman. He's out of Wildwood, Florida. 833 is going to be his dial-in. All right, got a clean green light start in both lanes. And here we go to the stripe. Your win light's going to come on down for Dwayne Leachman as he goes through with an 841 on his 833 dial-in. Anthony goes out with an 894 on his 867. All right, attention into Piz, attention into Piz. The Pro Eliminator back to lanes 1 and 2. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator back to lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro 3 and 4. School them and fuel them. And Sportsman will get you back into the lanes as well. Sportsman get you back to lanes 5 and 6. All right, here we go in our semifinals of Pro Eliminator. And we got Brandon Williams coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 7-11 the dial in for the Firebird. Going against Wyatt Palmatier. 6:23 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. All right, got a green light start. 6,000 separates the two at the start. Whoa! Looks like one may have stabbed the brakes a little bit too hard down there. Brandon Williams is going to get the win light as he goes 7:14 on his 7:11 dial-in. And your buy run coming up here for Aaron Reynolds. All right, Aaron, 003 on the tree went 6:41. So he'll come back to face Brandon Williams in the finals of Pro Eliminator.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
All right, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. And here we go to the stripe. The win light's going to come on for Steve Young in the Barracudas. He goes 7:21 on his 7:19 dial-in. Tolliver breaks out by 5 thousandths. Tolliver's also behind on the Christmas tree. Pretty good bit. Steve Shoemaker coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil lane. 477 is going to be his dial-in. He's out of Jacksonville. Coming up against Kelly Hicks over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 456 dialed in. He is out of Elkton, Florida. right, here we go. And we got a clean green light starting both lanes. 35,000 difference at the starting line. It's Kelly Hicks picking up the win light as he goes 459 on that 456. Shoemaker slows to a 479 on his 477. Hicks was ahead on the Christmas tree, 015 to an 050. So that will set our final rounds there in both Pro and Super Pro. Final round coming up here next for Sportsman. Also need to get the rerun back here for the junior dragsters. All right, here we go. Our final round here in Sportsman for the day, and we got Mark Pangolian coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 1260 is going to be the dial in for the Corvette. Going against Mickey Pierce in the 82 Camaro. He's got 1129 dialed in. Go run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, got a clean green line start. Looks like we got about 8,000 difference, 7,000 difference at the starting line. And here we go to stripe. It's going to be Mickey Pierce picking up the win light here as he goes 11:30 on his 11:29 dial in. Bart breaks out by 4,000ths of a second. Here we got the final round. The 13 and older group. And Alyssa Fargo is going to be over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 803 is going to be her dial in. Going up against Brooklyn Collins. Brooklyn's got a 790 dialed in. All right, they're all staged up, ready to go. Now we got a clean green line starting both lanes. Looks like you got about 28 mile difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, the wind line's going to come on down there for Alyssa Fargo. She goes 807 on an 803 dial in. Brooklyn Cook's car slows to a 798 on that 790 dial in. All right, now we're down to Week 2, the finals in Pro and Super Pro. The Pro and Super Pro drivers that are still in it in the finals, just get them cool, chill, and back in the lane, please. All right, test fit coming up here for Anthony Vieira. Pro and Super Pro drivers, load up. Pro and Super Pro drivers, load up. on his way down. Going to go through with a 911, 138 miles an hour. All right, looks like I'm going to get things kicked off here with our Super Pro final round. All right, Kelly Hicks going to run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 456 will be the dial in for the dragster out of Elkton, Florida. Here we're up against Stephen Young out of St. Augustine, Florida. 719 is going to be the dial in for the Barracuda. All right, we're all staged up, ready to go. All right, we got a clean green light start. If Kelly Hicks is in control, is he going to be able to do it? He does. Kelly Hicks picks up the win, 460 on a 456 9. He was 009 on the tree. Steve Young goes 726 on his 719. He was 073. So congratulations, Kelly Hicks, for the Super Pro win here today. And that'll bring us to our final round in Pro Eliminator. Gene's Class Pro Eliminator. We've got Brandon Williams. 712 is going to be the dial in for the Firebird over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's going to be running up against the S10 pickup truck of Aaron Reynolds. Aaron's got a 641 dialed in. And we got a clean green light start. Oh, hang on to it, Aaron. Okay, so Brandon Williams picks up the win. Aaron Reynolds, that twice in a row, that truck got a little loose out there while he was going down through there. But congratulations, Brandon, on the win. So that's going to take care of things here for us today here at Gainesville Raceway. We thank everybody for coming out and being with us over the weekend. Y'all be safe on your way home, and we will see you next time. Good night, everybody.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
Thank you for joining On the Spot Motorsports Media for the coverage of the Scorpion Racing Products, race number 9 and 10. Everyone take care, and don't forget to follow us on Facebook, YouTube, Spotify, and Instagram. Good night, everyone.